Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? Sir? Sir?
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Why, hello. All right. Time to hopefully finish off our final base. We'll see. So, we've got a lot done there, we've got a lot done there. Where's my list? Here we go. What's left? So the next thing to do is to make this, because I have to make these. Right? I have to make them so that there's, like, they get made out of the byproduct of everything, but they're also needed in a bunch of things. To make it as byproduct. Okay, not that low. So I guess I need to make about 320 extra. Yeah, there we go. Just so we're in a tiny bit of surplus. 320 will not be enough to run the machines, but it'll be enough to start the machines, and then the machines will hopefully go about their business and start feeding more back in. Hopefully. Now, I completed the SAM, right? I did. I completed the SAM. I just didn't bring it to the base yet, I don't think. The secondary SAM, that is. So let's do that here. So this is where my time crystals come out. Yeah. This is where my time crystals come out. So right beside that, probably in only 3. I think that's all I'll need. Oh, literally not even. Literally not even. I need 2 more. So I 2 more or 3 more? 3 more. Let's do 3. No. Alright, let's do 2. And you're gonna just make excited platonic matter out of nothing. Wait, out of nothing? Really? Out of nothing? That's what we're doing? That's what we're doing. Okay, well. Cool. You're literally just gonna get powered up, and then you're just gonna make static platonic matter out of nothing. And I need to make 320. Can't be right. It wants me to make 3. Oh wait, this is wrong. This wants me to make dark matter residue. That's what I'm making here. Okay. Right. This is the thing for Sam. Shit. All right. That's not supposed to be here then. I want it to be near that thing. Because Sam's coming in here somewhere, right? No. Sam is not coming in here. I'm supposed to make Sam. Ta-doo. Yo, go get some fuel. What? You feed yourself. You run out of your own fuel? You're supposed to feed yourself. How can you run out of your own fuel? They've not run out up here, have they? No? Where did you go to get your fuel? You're supposed to get it from one of these. Either fuel port 1 or fuel port 2. Oh, is this you here? That might be you there. You gonna land just back over there, right there again? Yep. Okay, I don't know what your problem was. There was fuel there. Are you somehow not feeding yourself fuel? Because you absolutely should be. You are. Then what's your problem? What is your problem? Cool. Alright, whatever. This drone right here. You're gonna be an actual drone. And that one is gonna go Sam reanimated final. Go get some Sam. There we go. Where we're going to just make 2 of those, and they can actually face the other way this time. And you guys are going to make a dark amount of residue. And you're going to make it at whatever percentage it ends up being. 320 I need. Which means both of you are going to use 80 reanimated SAM a minute. So you need to bring a transfer rate per item of 160 per minute. Otherwise I need a second drone. You may take several minutes to get there and back. But that's okay, because I do only need 160 a minute. So please come back. I can put another one right there and merge it in if I need a second. Jesus, where are you? I mean, that could be you. Oh, it is. Hi, buddy. How many items per minute? Is it at least 160? Be at least 160. I dare ya. $202. Fantastic. You good? That's enough. Now I'm going to make 4 dark matter trap particle accelerators. And they're gonna go right in front of here. Like 1, 2. Oh, not quite. Didn't quite nail it. Okay, a little bit closer. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Easy. Now we're going to need a floor below it. One page up and a few hits across until right there. Nailed it. I think we're probably done with the game today. I think. Okay, how much total dark matter residue is going to end up in these bitches? Too much for it all to come from one place. Too much for it to not to all come from one place. So that's fine. Just means we'll split it into 2 and 2. So you know what to do with yourself? Eugenics? That was my thought. Or we could go back to like earning a living. we could try PoE again. That's another option. Okay, so under here We've got enough room for this, right? Yeah, good stuff. Knew there would be. Just. The Crimson Desert. It's apparently. Yeah, I know there's gonna be a an expansion or like other game mode or whatever it is that they're doing. I'm just not gonna play that. We'll come back to it another time. Except when I come back to it another time, I'll come back to it like structured with an idea of what I want to do and a plan to make like YouTube videos about it and make like a proper series and everything, instead of having it be like basically just a week off. We'll have it be like actual content, or a month off, whatever it was. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Because I think that'll still be fine, right? Like, I think that'll still be fine for me if I don't let myself burn out to the extent that I did this time. That it'll be fine to just keep making content. I don't need to like take fucking 6 weeks off. I just need to like, I just need to you know, not get that burned out. I can make content on other games. It's fine. We hate to say we told you so. Okay, first of all, no you don't. It's one of your favorite things. I don't start with me. It's one of your favorite things and you know it. Really? I didn't line those up? We can't have that. But yeah, like when we come back to play it a second time, I'll make it like a proper like play with me series or something. We'll make like, I don't know, 2 or 3 videos per phase, and we will share all of the blueprints that we make up while doing it as well. I'll make like a little blueprint repository. We'll have a proper playlist, right? Okay, so what is it you guys are making again? Dark matter crystals. Okay, so you gotta look a little bit darker purple than that. Not the pink, the purple. Also, that purple's a way cooler color than my default pink. Should have gone with that. Okay. All right, so I want to hook all these up, but I don't want to hook it up to the thing yet. Sure, that'll do. Okay, so this one's gonna run badly. This section's going to run badly because this is just the little supplement bit, right? This isn't like, this is just the supplement bit. It's not. That'll be enough, and I'll delete that in a moment. Yo, that looks so fucking cool. What the shit? Yo, that's such a cool, like, liquid? Gas? Surely it's a gas. Surely it's a gas. And I don't have to worry about pumps for these. Surely. Rocket fuel was the best one. Well, apparently, not only does this one look cool, but apparently ionized fuel is like the rocket fuel look, but even cooler. But I'm not making it to that because I'm not doing ionized fuel or nuclear fuel this time. So I just want to give that like 2 minutes or so to build up. Kill this guy just for fun. Honestly, that's enough. It doesn't need to build up fully. It's gonna fully drain How did you get there? It's gonna fully drain regardless. Because this entire system actually runs on the byproduct of several other machines. There's like 3 other systems that I haven't built yet that generate the byproduct that these run off. And the little bit that I've got, that's like the like supplemental, we're short 320 for the whole system to run, and so I've only set that up, so it's not even gonna run these 2 properly right now because it's, we need to add more, but it'll do for now. it'll be only those two that start up because they're the only two getting any gas. But because they can all take time crystals, everything back here turns on for, not for long, just a little bit. Because the rest of them will still take all their time crystals. And I think they're 200 a stack. So we just gobbled up 1,000 time crystals. It's fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. We're gonna make it. It's not gonna be a problem. $11? That can't be right. It is. Oh, not sloops. I mean, I'd rather make slightly less. Oh my god. Why does that not? Why does that not change the number of? What the fuck? Does this thing not allow overclocking? What is this? Other than just like a really fucking cool looking machine. I mean, you do allow overclocking though. Okay. How many? I only need to make 11. So like if I wanted to make 11 in 8 machines. Oh, it's 11 parts. Not 11 machines. It's 2 machines at 110%. Okay. That's better. That's better. Guys, where'd the rest of my machine go? I know it's a quantum encoder, but I do still need it to physically exist in this realm. Yep, cool. Okay, well, obviously I'm gonna need more floor. And you are gonna need one more row just in the front here. Because I ended up cutting that row off the back, so now you're a little uneven, but it works exactly how I want it to, so I'll just do that. Oh, you need 2 rows. Okay, so in the front of you, God damn, these machines take up so much space. Honestly, you only take, what do you take? Oh shit, you take 4 things. Okay, you actually do need more space than this. This isn't okay, I don't think. Maybe I don't put that there. These machines are fucking massive. If only we had an entire ocean to build them in. Like, there's plenty of room. There's plenty of room. We're making room now. I can build them wherever I want. I just didn't realize how much room I would need. So I think I'd like them to come up in line with these. But we'll just build them out here instead. All right. So let's see. That would be the dead center. I'd like you to stick out a little bit further than that. What I'd like is for the center of that machine to be in line with those. There. But now I really want 2 of them. And that's pretty centered. And you take basically 3 whole things. So if we click you over to there, and then we put a second one there, that should be fine. Cool. And you guys are going to make superposition oscillators. Specifically, you're going to make 2 of them, and you're going to use some overclocking because you need to make 11 superposition oscillators a minute, but they need to be split. 5 go one way and 6 go another way. So I guess the easiest thing to do is just make one of them overclocked to 6 and leave the other one at 5 and actually just have their outputs go to 2 different places. Seems reasonable. So you're going to put out 125 and you're going to put out, well, no, you're going to put out 125 and you're going to put out 150. So these 2 byproducts can join our current byproduct, I think. Which is 160 and 160. Yes. So those 2 can join in their pipes into this one. Okay. But then all the remaining machines go on that side and start powering those. And hopefully we're fine. Who knows? It won't be perfect. I will have to join those together if I want them to run, which I do. I think what I may end up doing is putting like one of these just here on both of them and rejoining those 2 systems together so I don't have to worry about absolute perfect balance. It just has to be close and it'll balance itself. I'm pretty sure. As long as it's close, it'll balance itself. Okay, so you're going to take dark metal crystals, crystal oscillation, aluminium sheets, and excited photonic matter. So, excited photonic matter is the one thing I haven't made yet, but that's the one that gets made out of literally nothing, which I'm going to use in several machines apparently. Um. Have I built myself into a corner? Maybe I shouldn't build over here. Maybe I should build over there, where there's fucking tons of space. Kind of built myself into this rock edge, and I just kind of don't need to. There's like a ton of space here. Fucking infinite space. Why would I build myself into a cliff edge? Perfect. Okay, now you get to be forward a little bit. Hold. Center, please. I'll give us 2 full squares on that side and only 1.5 bit on that. Okay, so you take up a pretty decent amount of space. There. And there. Yeah, that's better. Now all the machines that like use this shit or create stuff can all be built like there's so much room over there. There's so much room over there. Okay. Just no reason to do this shit. Okay, so you make 5 and one of you makes 6. You're gonna go in 2 separate directions. Perfect. Perfect. Plenty of room. Okay, so dark matter crystals are going to come from next door. So that's fine. It's actually where all the dark matter crystals are going to come from. So let's put them down on the logistics floor. tons of room in the front here. Each one of you only makes, ooh, 80 a minute. Jesus. Okay. You make like a good amount. Let's go with, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. So you should be able to have a merger happen just here that faces that way, right? You should be able to put a box right there. And take them right there, and that shouldn't be in the way of anything. There it is. Come on down. Center any right overflow. It's not the way out. Thanks, guys. And we'll just take the first 400. I have absolutely no idea if I need these or not. Oh, actually, I'm already full apparently. Cool. Well, there's some extra sitting there. The rest can go into that box. Now, the big problem being, we do need a pole. Coming straight out here. I will need this later. So, in order to keep it the same as that one, I'm just going to build that pipe now, even though we're not hooking anything up to it. And now I can control how many go where. So we're building this, and it needs 66 a minute. How many am I making of these total? It's only 360. Honestly, it should just back up the way it always does. Like, I should just be able to send a max line and the machine just won't use more than that. So it'll fill up and they'll just spread out to where they need to be. Just like I did the space base. So if we go to there, right, and then we go up, up. One, is one enough? One's enough to go over a belt, but is it enough to go over a pipe? Yes. Fantastic. We'll line you up there, I think. How could you possibly be? There. Alright, that's one in. Now we need to bring sheets and crystal oscillators. Sheets and crystal oscillators. Okay, so we're making both of these just over here. Not even far away. I believe they're both in this mess right here. This is crystal oscillators. Cool. Now, I remember right, 3 of these machines go one place. This one needs 11 per minute. How much do you guys make? 1.1 per minute. So 11 would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times 1.1. That's not right. Okay, how did I split these up before then? It looks like I've intentionally split them up already. Or did I just get lazy halfway through building the output? I could have been that. So 3.3. And the other 11. Right, so 3.3. Go to radio control systems, which is already done. And the rest of them all go here, right? Problem is that doesn't math. If they're all 1.1s, then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is only 7.7. Unless some of these are overclocked. Well, I did something weird with the overclocking. Ah, they're supposed to be at 143%. I see. Right. So I overclocked them wrong, but these three bring exactly what that other machines will need. So I might actually do the overclocking slightly differently on the remaining 7 machines to build 11 per second or per minute. So 11 divided by 7 would be 1.5 per for the rest of them. Nope. .57, slightly over. That's fine. Copy, paste, 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 post, post. And now you're one of the things I need to get over there. Just crystal oscillators. Another thing I need to get over there is aluminum sheets, which I think are just happening right here. They are. Fuck yeah. Is that the only place sheets are going? Or am I gonna have to split sheets? Two superposition oscillators. Fantastic. And then the third thing is excited photonic matter, which comes out of the fucking air. So we don't have to worry about that. We just fucking make that out of magic. Right, so I'm just gonna bring this and that back there. Now, is it a little messy here? Yeah. Is it fine? Yeah. We'll go down there and just travel across the ceiling, I think. Super easy way to do it. So I would like, because I need to be there. So I'm guessing It'd be really good if I could like have a hole there and a hole there. That would be the ideal places for you to come down if you could. Where do they look like? Well, I mean, it just means you're coming out the wrong way. Ooh, that is unfortunate. Not really. It's not that unfortunate. What if we just move back one like that? Right? And then what if actually I have to move back two? So that'll be fine. Right, and then I can do this. And then I can do that. Right. And you can go in that side, perfect. And you perfect. Oh, that's exactly the line I want you to be on. Fake floor holes, my favorite. Yeah, in theory you'd be perfect. So let's take that. The only issue being you have to go, you have to go, and you have to be chucked on the end there, but then spun that way. Perfect. Just had to spin the output on those. And then we go for a run. It's almost like I planned for these buildings to make the things that were going to be needed together. Damn you. Okay, so both of you need to get in here. Will Baylor beat the game before 70? Baylor might beat the game today. I'm not saying I will, but I might. Have set myself up for success here. Didn't realize this is a game you could beat. Well, there's like a storyline that you can finish, right? there's still like tons more you can do afterwards. There's no like end, but there is a storyline that we can finish, which is up the top right hand side there. Complete phase 5. That's the last phase. That's like an actual story. Right? So no, not merger. Wrong one. Okay, cool. Why you not let me in? Like, I mean, I'll go in like that. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Boom. There's one connected. Oh, I'm fucking special. No wonder it wouldn't let me in the right way. No one saw this. So what? Yeah, exactly. Why wouldn't I notice that? Thing is, it shouldn't have been possible. Because when I attached to here, did I attach that one first? I'm so confused as to how this happened, actually. So if I just fucking... Okay, well now the belt's going the right way, but there's still nothing on it. There we go. Don't know why I had to rebuild that. Yeah, that's better. That's what I expected it to do. Go into that side. fantastic. Oscillators, dark matter crystals, sheets. The only thing left being excited photonic matter, which we're making a decent amount of. It has to go to multiple machines, but it takes up very little space to make. So I want it somewhat central to the machines I'm going to make, just to make logistics easier. So I think I'm going to just put it back here. Perfect. Right, 2 converters that make something out of nothing. Literally, they make something out of nothing. They just use power. That's it. But I need them to make 525 between 2 machines. Power shards. Bring them to me. Thank you. 525 divided by 2. Boom. Holy. Okay, how many different places are you going? Just so I know. So 1, 2, 3. So you're only going to 3 different places. Which means you can all come off 1 pipe, which is fantastic. You fill. Thank you. Oh, that's so cool. Flow rate's great. Now, just because it looks so fucking cool, I say We put it up here. There's plenty of room. There's plenty of room and it looks cool. So also sort of keeps it out of the way of everything else. Horizontal to vertical. Hold. Perfect. And straight. Yeah, and because it looks so fucking cool, we'll keep these pipes nice and visible. And ta-da! Okay, these machines are pretty cool looking. Okay, so quickly, temporarily, because we need to use these to unlock the next bit. So we're just gonna fucking have somewhere for them to go. I don't really need them until the machines are ready, except that I do need them to unlock the next thing. So why would they be idle? Oh, because the dark matter residue doesn't go anywhere. Oh, that's a problem. That actually does need to go somewhere. The byproduct is full, which is this one. Right, so they need to come join this line going into that tank. And then all the rest of it can go into this next line. Right, okay. What we might do, because this setup this is not happening. This shit's going downstairs. This is just a temporary bullshit thing. So what I might do is just let it clip for a second, because it's only going to be there for like 5 minutes or whatever. Because then I'm going to delete those belts. This one, right? Wait, can you not do pipeline supports but hanging off the wall? Wait, can I not do them the other way around? Actually, how dare you, though? I mean, I guess I can do it like that. Then just delete them. But also, rude. There we go. And that's all that wants to go into that pipe. All the rest of the byproduct goes into the next ones. Right, that's going to encounter a problem, isn't it? It's going to fill up. It's going to fill up because I'm not using these yet. I mean, I'm using some of them, but not enough. So you actually need like a temporary sink. You actually have to have a temporary sink. I'm gonna make it ugly so that I intentionally see it and get rid of it, because that only has to be there until I set up the next few machines, and so I want it to be a problem. I want it to be an eyesore, so I remember to come and delete it, so it's fine. I will just keep that machine running because it has to use up the byproduct. Otherwise, I will not get my crystal oscillators. Not crystal oscillators, sorry. My superposition oscillators. Of which I need 100. Which won't be long. Perfect time to make a coffee, because the next machine I want to make, I can't even make until I have 100 of these. So, the machine doesn't exist. So it's time for a coffee. I'll be back in a moment. Okay. Oh, fantastic. There's some superposition oscillators. I'll steal 100 of those. Thank you. And we'll just run over here and turn them in. Thanks, buddy.
Milestone reached. Instant travel between chosen locations will be possible as soon as the main and satellite portals are built and paired. Do not ask me how it works. Not because I don't understand dimensional dispersal theory and the cross-warp applications of liminal peer-regulated parallel fibrillator nanocells, for example. But because you do not need to know. You go in one end, you come out the other. It's a door. Thankfully, the construction of project part number 12, the ballistic warp drive, can be automated and requires no manual input from you, so I'd say we're relatively safe. If you disagree about my assessment of your capabilities, you are free to attempt a study and replication of either portal or warp technology. After you're done with project assembly.
Okay. Alright, smarty pants. And that was the last one. Which is also the thing that lets me make the singularity cells and the ballistic warp drive. Oh. Yep. Ah. Alright, as well as we might as well just start the MAM running again, although there's a ton of things I've just not used. Alright, fantastic. Let's get rid of them. Which means next. So we completed that. We completed that one. We completed this one. Completed that one. Not that many more machines to go. Okay, so those are done and those are done. So that needs to come from there. It also needs some of those time crystals. We also need the supercomputers and the Fiskit Dragons. Cool. And I can build you in one? I mean, I could build you in one. I think you'd look cooler in a pair. Nah, fuck it. One it is. You know what? Maybe you actually line up with these. Yeah, I'm cool with that. You're also going to take excited platonic matter. But then you're going to take this one, supercomputer, time crystals, excited platonic matter, and you're gonna outshoot dark matter residue again. Okay, so first things first, let's get rid of that dark matter residue. Otherwise, when I boot you up, you won't fucking start. Although might make both of these machines at the same time. Sure, let's come over this way a little bit, and then straight down here. We'll come to here, so that I can merge wherever I want. And since we're done over here, you can actually come onto the floor. Oop. Okay, a little bit. Actually want it there. There. Really? Really? You're that close? That's so mean. There's only about 420 per line, but it isn't like perfectly split. And if I understand it correctly, the top path will be like the least prioritized. So it should mean this goes in here first, unless there's way less pressure, and then it'd merge over here, and then same thing the other way. Although, we could put valves on this bitch. I feel like maybe I'm supposed to. They all stay fully open, but the valves at least should only let the stuff flow one way, which is actively what I want to happen. Cool. Okay, so there's two machines here. So those will have to get made next. Don't worry about them yet. The blenders can be last, they're free. That's actually like the easiest piece to make. So we're going to make this one and into this one. So let's go you on the outside. Yeah, alright, cool. Both of you want to use exerted platonic matter again? Hey. Fucking great looking fluid. Okay, so on the outside, you're going to get a supercomputer, Fisket Trigon, and Time Crystal to make those. And you need to make 5 of them a minute. Which can be that. And then you're going to make, not that, you're going to make something else. This thing. Use the exciting quick-turning runner, the stuff from there, and the stuff from there, and a magnetic field generator. Which is going to come from the train. In fact, it already is. And you're going to make our AI expansion servers. Fantastic. Neural processors 5 a minute. And how many of these are we going to make? Slightly more than that. Five a minute. Okay, plenty of room back here. Both of those are already going. They both make, yep, dark matter residue and dark matter residue. And they both hook into the second pipe. So that should be good. They have no flow rate even though they're hooked up because I put valves on. So yeah, they can't flow back to the machines. So perfect. All right. Supercomputer, Fisket Dragon, Time Crystal. I like the time crystals. I think they look cool. So we're going to keep him out in the open. No, we're not. Because it'd have to go through. No, we're not. Because it'd have to go. Okay. In that case, a floor hole. And then if I put them on the same row, I can at least see them. So they're in the exact center of the one I'm under and in line with that. Boom. It actually doesn't matter if it's an MK5 or an MK6, as long as it's an MK6 up the top, because it looks the coolest. Right, that was the easiest one to hook up for sure. Supercomputers and Biscuit Dragons. Both just over here. Here are our Dragons. Nope, those are not our Dragons. Okay, they're over here somewhere though. I know they are. I don't think I put them on the logistics floor yet. But they're somewhere over here. They're somewhere over here. Well, they're definitely somewhere. I've definitely made Fisket Dragons. Wait, they're back here. They are. They're right here. Fucking fantastic. Yo, I'm sorry. Is this whole fucking area just to make Fisket Dragons? It is. There are 8 drones and all of these just to make Fisket Dragons. Ah, that's fine. Run output any center output overflow, and we'll just leave that how it is. I don't need that depot there, but I will need a depot. So let's just put that one on top of that one instead. And then what I can do is I can grab that, right? And I can just do this. Boom. You know what? It'd be way cooler if this was all. There you go. Much cooler. Which means supercomputers are the only ones that need to get over here now. No reason for you to travel all the way. Might as well go right there. And they come from right there. Why, hello, supercomputer. How much room do we have? Tons of room there. Everything is set back quite a bit. Cool. Let's go down here. And down to the logistics floor. And we're gonna go, I think, straight down that way. On the ceiling. But before we run the whole fucking belt, let's just stick a little bit out and make sure there are supercomputers on it. Okay, cool. Unlike last time, where we ran the belt most of the way and then realized it was wrong. Yes. We need to do the thing. Come close-ish. And then go up and up. And then boop. And done. Barely making 5 minutes, so that'll be fine. Boom. Yeah, take it. Neural quantum processors complete. Complete. This means the last thing on this line is this little guy. It requires all those we just made. See the LE trailer? No. It requires all those we just made. 5 of them. That stuff's already hooked up and that stuff's already in the train. See if your reaction was the same as mine. Let's have a look.
You would deny fate. You fear it. You will see. In time, he will find you, traveler.
Okay, mini breach. So here we got rid of the good breach, and we got the good breach in Lofty Fuck instead. That's cool. I like that. I have corruption. I don't know what that means. Atlas memory chains? Ew. Ew. Okay, well, Blade Storm looks fucking sweet. March 26th? Really? That's the date you picked? push that back another 2 weeks. They have people whose job it is to figure out when to launch, right? Yes, so it's only 2 weeks after that. I'd go at least one more week. At least one more week. I mean, look, I might give it a go. We'll see. Like, I don't know. It's been overall pretty disappointing. So like, the real question becomes like, do I care? And then the answer is no, not really. For what, another 9 months? Look, I mean, I'm sure it's a lot for like, doesn't seem like a lot though, does it? Still more than D4. Okay. Yes. Maybe. But I mean, I'll tell you one thing for sure. There's still more chance of me playing it than me playing D4. Like I'll give it that. So one of you is only providing 5 and the other one is providing 6. Where are the 6 supposed to go? Okay, so the 6 go even further away. So we'll just do this. Right, and you're gonna come from the 5. Which means the first one of my temporary clipped bullshit solution is already gone. Because I'm stealing the 5. Hero Siege, did you see? No, I didn't see anything, man. Like, up until like a week ago, I wasn't even sure that I was gonna play an ARPG again for the rest of my life. I was just so fucking done. Really? That's where you're gonna put that pipe right there? Okay, well, in that case, you're gonna have to go into the light. We can't have it like that. nice passive tree. Oh good, auto pathing. Guys, the passive tree is more developed than Path of Exiles. You can click a note at the end and it'll automatically path you there. The thing is, as cool as this game is, like, it still has that, like, garbage pixel art shit everywhere. So, like, I still only get, like, it still feels that if I'm desperate, I might try and roll, but... Yeah, I just don't really care. It's really hard for me to get... Is it lagging there in trailer? Nah, that's just what their blinks look like. Like it's blinking all over the place. Like, it's not that it's bad. It's just that, like... I don't value pixel art as an expression of artistic talent at all. I don't think it looks good. I don't place any value on it at all. Okay, so the only thing you have left is magnetic field generators. Like, other people are allowed to like pixel art, and the people who like pixel art are correct, because that's what art is. And I'm allowed to think it's absolute fucking trash, and I'm correct, because that's how art works. If you think it's trash, you're right, and if you like it, you're right. That's how art works. Like, I think it's fucking garbage, and I'm correct. So this one needs to be magnetic field generators. So which one of you is magnetic field generators? None of them? One of you is already magnetic field generators, right? Oh my god, did I not actually hook up the last train? Did I set up the last train but not actually hook it up to anything? I think I did. Also, all those items are so low throughput that I'm pretty sure that I should also just have it pick up the pasta as well. It's so low throughput that there's like no reason not to have it pick up everything. Okay, so the first thing I would like you to do is go to fettuccine. We're gonna break stuff because I'm pretty sure I need a new train station over there. But let's go. We have to fill this train with the 4 items that we need. Sorry, someone else in the spiral. Yep. Is the most enjoyable one behind PoE and Torchlight Infinite for me. So I think I'm just going to be PoE and Torchlight Infinite, and that's it. I don't think I touch any other RPGs anymore. That's part of what makes me so burned out, is I'm just going from ARPG to ARPG to ARPG to ARPG, right? But like between both Path of Exiles and Torchlight Infinite, that's already 3 that I thoroughly enjoy overall. And so maybe my other games are just other games. I do other things that aren't ARPGs, right? Torchlight usually lasts me about 2 weeks worth of fun, and we do like at least a month in PoE 1 and at least a month in PoE 2, and out of a 4-month league we're looking at like, you know, out of 4 months we're looking at 2 months and 2 weeks or so in ARPGs, and then the other 6 weeks do whatever the fuck I want, play other shit. I think a few weeks more than a normal person would. Yes. But I'm just kind of not gonna anymore. Like I'm gonna say that the standard for both Path of Exiles is that I play for a month after launch. I'm not gonna like hard cap it or like guarantee that. Like if it's exceptionally shit, maybe I'll leave after 2 or 3 weeks. If it's exceptionally good and I'm having a lot of fun, maybe I'll stay for 6 weeks and not a month. But like the default is going to be it gets a month and then I go do other things, and then I come back for PoE 2 and it gets a month and then I go do other things instead of being like locked into it. That's what I'm thinking, is that that's going to be like the default from now onwards, is that like I'll play everything, it gets a month, that's like the default amount. Exceptionally good, exceptionally bad, we'll judge based on the league and change stuff up, but the default, everything gets a month, and then I play other games. It should have 2 things. It should have 2 effects. One, That's a lot less RPGs. It's a lot healthier. It's a lot more sustainable long term. And two, it won't leave me with this area where I play for like 2 whole months other games and end up with a sub count that's under 250, which is like under half what I need to live, right? Because I won't be away for that long, but I'll be away from RPGs more often, but just for like smaller periods of time, right? Also, before I was a streamer, I used to play so many different games. And I feel like last year showed me a bunch of games that came out that like I was really happy about. And I was like, man, have I been missing games for years now? Like I played that Blueprints game and it was amazing. Expedition 33 was so good. This game's been out for like 3-4 years or something in full release. And I haven't played it until now and I love it. Like, I've just been missing games. Like, I've just been missing games. Only 18 months in full release? I thought it was only 18 months in 1.1. Okay, so we need a train station. We need a third train station. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't need a third train station. Oh, I already hooked up nuclear pasta here. Okay, fantastic. Oh, I thought I was gonna need an extra train station, but I don't. Okay, so fettuccine slot 1 is nuclear pasta, whether I like it or not, because that's the only slot that's available. Let's see if I can get you sorted as quick as possible. Edit timetable, fettuccine, unload none, load only pasta. Save. From here, I want you to go to new space station. Turn on self-driving. Should be fine. This one has like a 2-minute wait on it, but we're talking about items that I'm going to use 5 a minute of. So it doesn't matter if the whole round trip takes 10 minutes. The whole round trip takes 10 minutes. The whole round trip takes 15 minutes or fucking an hour. 1 cart full is still fine. Using 5 a minute of all of these items. Although there is a lot of waiting going on here. So there won't be though. That's just because I made a stop. I haven't caused a problem here, have I? Like I'm not stopping that train from leaving? I don't think so, because I'm not in that path yet. Alright guys, it's unloading. Cool. All that nuclear pasta. Yeah, the only thing you're going to pick up is nuclear pasta. And you're going to do it without a weight. Nothing else is going to happen. You're just going to grab nuclear pasta. Yeah, fantastic. See ya. So why does anybody bother to make nuclear power when like rocket fuel gives you so much power and is so much easier to make, and you can easily make huge bases with it? Is it just one of those because it doesn't seem like you need it? And just get properly big, you need it. It just seems like the number of parts you need to complete like elevators and shit is just low enough that it doesn't, I don't need it, it's fine. Okay, so this is only... Oh, okay. Okay, so we've got a small problem. Because I've set this up in such a way the nuclear pasta's taken the first. Okay, so we can't do that. Which means everything needs to move down one. Except somebody's picking up Sam from here. That's awfully inconvenient. How am I gonna... Well, first let's get you out of the way so that I don't stop other trains. Just move you forward a little bit. other trains can come now. Yep, cool. Just had to move forward a little bit so that the other trains could come and go. Otherwise... Okay, so I guess the question is, who's coming here to pick up Sam? And can I change that? Right, so it's called New Space Station. And you don't tell me who's going. Do I have to look at every single one of them to see who's going to New Space Station? Because someone's picking up Sam from here. Oh my god. It's one of mine from the new place. Okay, how do I make this work? How do I make this work? Well, what if I sent a drone to pick up the nuclear pasta? It's on the other side of the map, but I could. And then I just wouldn't use the last slot here. And this guy can pick up the other 3. I mean, I think that's worth it to not have to fuck with the logistics of all of the other trains. So you would need to pick up thermal propulsion rockets, magnetic field generators, and whatever this last one is, which... Why are you not here? How are you 3 minutes a trip when you're just picking them up from over there? It's 400 meters away. How was that 3 minutes a trip? Oh man, you're the one that needs the Sam, are you? Yeah, okay. All right, I'll get out your way. Give me a moment. So you're no longer going to Fettuccine. When you get to New Space Station, you are to unload nothing. You are to load up directory assembler systems. Something beginning with E. My memory's so trash. Magnetic field generators and assembly director systems, and no, not that one, right? No, not electromagnetic control rods. third elevator part, the fourth elevator part that isn't nuclear pasta. From phase 4. Thermal propulsion rocket. Yeah. Safe. Save. Turn on. Cool. And then edit timetable. Coming to final destination 3, where you're going to unload, load none, unload, thermal propulsion rocket, magnetic field generator, and I've already forgotten the third one. Fuck! My brain. Directory assembler system. And then we leave. And then we leave. Cool. Get out of the way. Okay, so we're gonna send a drone for the pasta, but it should be fine. It'll be my longest drone, but we literally need 5 a minute. Pasta stacks to 50, and you can hold like 16 stacks on a drone. So like, if it made like a trip an hour, we would not run out of pasta. So it should be fine. And honestly, I'd be more concerned about running out of rocket fuel, but I'm pretty sure we've got like 150 or so rocket fuel left a minute, so I don't think that's a problem either. You mean we just were? No, pasta is not getting made there. Pasta's getting made over in the desert where I was before. I currently have an inventory full of it. I guess I just didn't plan out logistics correctly. Like, one of the things on this train is already getting used to deliver stuff to my final base, and like I was gonna have this one train pick up all 4, but it won't. So I either have a drone pick up pasta, or I build a second train to just go get pasta from the first base and drop it at the train station as well. Which maybe that's a better idea. Like maybe it's a better idea to just send another train. Whee! Whoever's in this train is definitely throwing up by the time you get to the bottom. Quick. Quick. Nailed it. Got him. Okay, so you're gonna go get nuclear pasta, but I don't have a thing for you yet. So like, just gonna pretend you went to collect nuclear pasta. Put all this out of my inventory in here. Just remember we only use 5 a minute, so each stack it brings is 10 minutes. So it should be more than fine. I can throw the rest of the pasta away. I don't need to be carrying this much pasta. We're still making it over there, so it literally doesn't matter. Ta-da! Oh, that's it. Have every recipe in the game. Cool. Okay, what was I doing? I was doing this one in the middle, I think. And you need to get magnetic field generators. That's what we're after here. Which we brought already. Well, we didn't bring already, but like we ran the line mostly. Magnetic field generators. Magnetic field generators. Is still growing? It is. So you're the one in the middle that I want now, which is fine. But there's also, let's just set up all 3. Close enough. Okay, and this is the one I want now. Ta-dum. It's so much different than the mental in how so? I mean, you don't think I've made a pretty impractical base? I have done no clipping. But what we have done is started making AI expansion servers. Hi. Hello. Oh, you can't do that. That's rude. How many steps you got left? You can see in the top right, there's only 3 elevator parts remaining. This is one of those elevator parts. So... okay, well, that is where you have to go. But that's okay. We can do that a slightly different way then. Right, instead of having you come down into a thing, what we can do is have you come down like that, right? Because you can go into a box. And you can do so from that height. And then after the box, guess where you go? As far as I'm concerned, there are AI expansion servers in my depot. Let's go. Is there a lot of them? No. But they're happening. The factories and everything? I could. It'd be more like a like a world tour with some commentary. Okay, let's add completed. That's happening now. So the next one to make happen is probably just this one, which just needs the Fisket Dragons. Those. Let's show up for the YouTube and Frozen Board watches. Yeah. I also decided that when I come back to this, which I will do at some point to do the 1.2 expansion, I'll probably make like a proper series out of it where I make like, I don't know, 3 videos or so per phase or something like that. And then like share all of my blueprints and talk through everything. And like, maybe it's only 2 per phase or whatever. It'll depend on how much is needed. It'll be like, this was the goal. Here's the factory I built. Here are the blueprints that I used to make these things. And it goes up, yeah. Probably a video per phase number. It'll probably be like 1 video for phase 1, 2 for 2, 3 for 3, 4 for 4. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what is appropriate. But like, okay, so that one only needs 200, but you are only going to make 3 a minute. This one needs 1,000, but you're going to make 12 a minute. Honestly, just naming the VODs episode 1, 2, 3, 4. Nah, they're all in order on a playlist anyway. Like the one you've watched, whatever you've watched, it's the next one. You can see all of the VODs in order on YouTube in a playlist. There are a small group of people slowly making their way through all of the VODs. That is a real thing that's happening. Put the order in reverse. It was fucking hell. That's the default. YouTube puts the order in reverse. You have to manually go and change it. I manually went and changed mine. But that's just what happens. I was watching it on my tablet. Yeah, no, not you. The creator needs to put it the other way around. Shit, I hope I'm already bringing concrete in. It's apparently only 1,500 concrete. Many creators do that. Well, it's like I said, it's the default. If you don't go in and do it manually, then YouTube puts it in the reverse order. And I didn't even know that until somebody complained about it. Somebody was like, yo, your fucking playlist is the wrong way around. And I was like, excuse me? And then it turns out it was the wrong way around. And I was like, oh, I guess I'll go fix that. And so I went and fixed it. Oh my god, am I not using this first train station at all? Wait, why do you have all this in here? Wait. Who's doing this? Is there a train already doing this? Did I just go run a second train to do the exact same thing I'd already set up? Well, I didn't know that that was happening, but apparently it is. Sounds about right. Right? What the fuck? Oh, when I looked under here, I didn't have any boxes for it, so I assumed that I hadn't done it. Because I should have, I should have made boxes for it. So now I just kind of need to hang out here until I find out what train pulls into this station. Hopefully it's that one right there. Fuck yeah. You, stop. Well, then I just don't need you to exist then, right? Because I've already started hooking up from the other side. And if that's all you do... You're also bringing the SAM! When did I do that? I'm not even using that SAM. I need to take better notes. I already have all the SAM. I'm using all the SAM. I have all the SAM I need. I don't know what I had thought this SAM was going towards, but whatever it was, I don't need it. Okay, so first of all, train doesn't need to exist. None of it is hooked up. Okay, but what I do need is 1,500 concrete a minute. Which is the one thing that isn't plugged in yet. Oh no. So we have a concrete station. Well, I don't know what happened to all that excess stuff that I just disenchanted. I actually don't know what happened to it. Should have like dropped a box somewhere, I guess, or something. What happens when you do that? Doesn't care. Doesn't care. Just lets you dump the SAM. Presumably it's worth very little. See, this one's not more than one. Oh, is it the thing where you have to like drag them out of that circle, or you have to like drag them out of the darkness for them to be able to drop something, which was apparently not even a bug? literally intended that way and one of the stupidest things I've seen them do. Like, what the fuck? Why? Like, why though? Wait, fixed anima whose void monsters dropping multiple additional omens instead of just one. Oh, so they nerfed it. Okay, sure. Yeah, it's actually like pretty heavily nerfed. That's actually exactly what PV2 needed, was more nerfs. Actually they'll be fine. Actually very helpful to nerf it like that. I'm thinking if I finish this today, I'm thinking I might try that Mugenics game tomorrow. It looked pretty good. Yeah, also, I guess 2 months in is a pretty good time to nerf it, right? Because, like, you're nerfing it, but it's still, like, mid-league. So when we come back to, like, we won't be expecting it. It won't be, like, on the nerf list, right? Yeah, when we're looking at the patch notes for the next league or whatever, it won't be like, oh, look at that nerf list. Okay, this will take just a second to clear out this train. I mean, I could delete it all, but we can delete those because they take twice as long and are worth nothing. The same gear again, of course, but they're always gonna. That's not gonna change, right? Like, that's not like the people who reach insane crazy levels of gear will reach insane crazy levels of gear every single time. Doesn't matter what you do. I'm convinced they'd scale a chance insane levels of gear if they had to. Absolutely they would, though. They absolutely would. Like, I just know there's not even a like they will have. Crazy, yeah. It's not even a question. It's its omen of brilliance. Okay, good. That's gonna be where we bring in the concrete now. Turns out tier 4 elevator parts are worth just like an absolute shitload of points. Just a shitload of points. I don't know what I could possibly need those points for anymore, but I feel like they're worth too much to throw away. Even though I already have 300 on me, 500 in there, and I already have the golden nut statue. And you're just gonna buy cosmetics? I mean, like, I never got the factory card or the sound stuff. I've got a golden nut statue. I could buy the rest of the statues. I could buy all the rest of the statues. I got everything in here except clean pipe because I don't like the clean pipe. It's shit. Everything in here except these because they're literally worthless and have no use whatsoever. Got all the paint. Got most of these that I might use, but I never did. Got all the foundations. Got all the walls. Got all the architecture. Oh, except these, but I never made roads, so I just never needed them. I've just kind of got everything. I would like to get both my underarms and my balls zapped. Still would. Well, I don't know how that little gap ended up happening. Those should be touching, like those ones are, but whatever. Actually am slightly confused on how that happened. What? I'm going to be a modded playthrough. Probably, but only the really simple ones that I know I want, like daisy chain everything. Nothing that like greatly changes how the game functions or anything like that. Okay. We did that one, we did that one. So the next one I'm going to do is this one right here. So that is easy as piss. It's going to be 3 blenders. And that's it. So like AoE power things? No, daisy chain everything is fine. Daisy chain everything is just like, it's not AoE power, but it is like that power nubbin connects to 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 that one, right? So you still have to run power in, but instead of having like poles everywhere and fucking lines everywhere, you just have to like bring it into one edge and then chain through the system, which is like one of the things where I'm like, this should be default, but it isn't. Let's not make the blueprint version. It's only using 3 and it's a little bit different. I could make a blueprint for it, but like I'm only doing this as a once-off anyway. So who would want a blueprinter? Okay, so I'd like you to be forward in that gap right there. Somewhere like halfway between those 2 rows. Like that. But you can probably be a little closer this way. There you go. 1, 2, 3. Copy, paste, paste. Okay, so you're gonna get, sure. So the trigons are gonna come from up here, where you're gonna use splitters. To go from all the way back here. Where you're gonna have to get deleted, because I'm gonna need another one of them to go literally there, like that. Thank you. How dare you? Who knows if we even need power? Most of the things I've seen, people think the new game mode will just be semi-randomized ore, like ore locations. Which is fine. Over what? This? Yes. It could be some sort of time limit elevator part thing. It could be. Like rather than that was another theory, is rather than needing say 1,000 nuclear pasta, you might actually need 50 nuclear pasta per minute for 12 minutes straight or something to like complete the bit. Or like some variation of that, right? Like something like that. Boom. It'll take a minute for the water to actually fill up, but that should be good. Yep, there comes some. Then that pump will turn on, which will start to fill those. Fantastic. We'll put that pump back to where it's supposed to be in just a moment when we run our directory assembler systems into it. Okay. Oh, I really haven't. Wow. Okay, sure. No, I want you to actually snap to the bit that you're supposed to be on. Yes, please. Thank you. Like that. Yeah. Oops. It's fine. You don't need to connect there. Oh, one too far. Perfect. It'll be there whenever you need it. Yeah, I probably won't, like I probably won't play it right when it releases. It's gonna be in the middle of other shit that I'm doing. But it's a single player non-competitive game. So I get to just fucking, when there's a lull or a space, yeah, let's go try that. Shit, which one was I using? Directory assembler systems, I think. Hopefully it's this one. Fuck yeah! Yeah. Are you really not full yet? That's interesting. That's alright, that'll be enough. You barely use any water anyway. The whole system barely uses any. It just needs some. There we go. And off they go. Biochemical sculptures are now being made. Complete. Okay. Obviously we need to put them in a box somewhere. So just to the right or just to the left of that center belt would be really good. So they're in line with that right now. Ah, good. This is off to the side a little. Fantastic. So if I get a merger, right? We put it like that. So we put a box here. Will that be alright? I think it will be. I don't think that'll clip into anything. It'll be just off to the side. Exactly where I want it. Boom. Fantastic. Where you'll get yourself your own box. Into. Ta-da! Where are they? Where are they? Come on. Shoot an item out at me. Oh, there they go. There they go. Oh, wow. They make 4 a minute each, but it's literally a 60-second cycle. So it's not like they're making one every 15 seconds. They're actually making 4 every minute. So there's like a long fucking gap. But there's 3 of those machines. So they're not making 4 a minute. We're making 12 a minute. Yep. And the other one's already almost done. So the only thing left now is ballistic warp drives. Ballistic warp drives is the next one. However, I need to visit the bathroom. I'll be back in a moment. Jesus. Man, much better. Okay, what else has to be built? What else has to be built? So you're already done. And you're already done. This is the only thing left. Of which I'm already making all of the iron plate. So I only need to do two things. One is bringing... I'm already making all of that as well. There's a green thing, it has no C. Ah, it's just a box. It's just like a holder thing. It's fine. Okay, so those should all be fine. Okay, so I need to do two things, concrete and pasta. So I have this thing, which is ready to bring in the pasta, but I just manually put some pasta in there. Like it's not actually going to pick up any pasta yet because there is no drone station at the pasta shop. And there needs to be. So there's that. And we need to bring in concrete. I almost certainly don't need 4, but there's nothing coming to this train station anymore. Probably 1 would be enough, but let's say 2. Okay, so the first thing I'll do then is I will take a train to Pasta and make a drone station there. So that we can actually bring the stuff. And then we'll go to the concrete base and we'll decide which trains, like which carts are going to bring in the concrete. As soon as that guy leaves that ramp right there, it'll be my turn to join. Let's go. Let's go. What the fuck is this? I needed a way to change a lot of elevation in very little room. So I made a double helix train spiral, and then I made it go through the doggo cave. So trains can both come and leave. I do have one section where I clip things, which is upsetting. The camera might clip things the whole way up if I'd have to look at it like this, but there's one section where the train clips something and I just couldn't fix it. Yeah, it was a very pretty cave before I did whatever the fuck I did to it. It wasn't worth it, by the way. Like I could have just like made a normal ramp over the top like everywhere else. But it was like a fun learning experience, so it's fine. Build my beautiful base. It'd be even more beautiful if I actually stopped to turn them all into buildings. And it would look like a legitimate city instead of just like leaving them all open like that. It is going to take a while for a drone to get all the way over here and back. But when you only need 5 a minute of something, like, even if the thing only brings like 10 stacks or whatever, that's like an hour and 40 minutes worth of pasta in one trip. It won't take an hour to do the trip. It might take like 10 minutes. How's it going? Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm gonna finish the game. Or at least the like quest section of the game anyway. That over there, that's my favorite place. And already 450 hours later, taking me 6 weeks. What do you mean already? Okay, well, nobody's gonna be picking up pasta from the train, so it just doesn't need to exist like that. But instead, how much pasta you got in that box still? Tell you what, take as much of that as you will. There we go. And now we're gonna do this. Cool. Grab myself a drone port. Just gonna go right there. It's gonna be a fire snap made a loop video.
Picture this. You wake up one day in 2026 ready to play your favorite game, Path of Exile. You go straight to YouTube and type Fub Gun Juicing Guide 2026. You follow his build.
Watch what he actually types.
YouTube and type Fub Gun Juicing Guide 2026. You follow his build and his advice to a T. Ready to farm, you enter the fortress map. You click on Scarab after Scarab, and then you wonder to yourself, Why is 90% of my loot coming from barrels and strongboxes? Why aren't the monsters dropping the loot instead? Why is the only thing I'm picking up scarabs? Well, there's a lot we need to go over to unpack that particular question. Today we'll be going on a journey that starts all the way back in Ultimatum League, brings us all the way to present day, detailing how exactly we got here, because ground loot is a pretty hot topic in modern PoE. Today,
TLDR, we removed the historic loot multipliers for both rarity and quantity from every mechanic in the game, and now only tiles drop things. That's the whole video.
Present to you the calandrification of PoE. I really hope you enjoy. Our story begins all the way back in Ultimatum League. For those of you somewhat new to PoE, this era of Path of Exile is extremely different than what you're familiar with today. Just imagine a PoE with no Atlas tree. Path of Exile Ultimatum releases in April 16th of 2021. Many people like to remember this league for how awful the league start was. Ultimatum hands down takes the #1 spot for the worst league launch ever in PoE in terms of server stability and login queue, etc. Anybody who played Ultimatum on league start knows that it was a long and grueling 12-hour long campaign full of disconnects, login queues, and just overall instability. We were graciously reached out to by GGG and given a streamer priority queue, which in hindsight definitely was not the greatest idea. The whole community was understandably upset because of the server problems that were happening, and this definitely left the player base upset and on edge, ready to complain about any minor grievance they might encounter while playing the game. Our group ended up doing a little bit of exploiting here or there. We got banned. Oops. But that's not really the topic of this video. With the disastrous league start, the streamer queues, and just overall player dissatisfaction over those two issues, definitely wasn't a great time to introduce a league mechanic that favored extremely difficult content in the form of the Ultimatum Waves all or nothing reward system, and players took to Reddit to start to complain about the rare monster spam that existed in this mechanic. Any of the complaints were centered around there just being too many rares, the fights were just too hard to navigate because there were so many rares, so many monsters to keep track of, and it was just overall cluttered. Chris Wilson himself confirmed this criticism in a Reddit post titled Some Thoughts from Chris, posted 5 years ago. Chris remarks, the encounters themselves didn't have great combat. They achieved challenge just by spamming a whole lot of rare monsters at you, and it was hard to follow what was going on. In Ultimatum League, the feedback was clear. There's just too much going on, there's too many rare monsters, it was just hard to follow the combat. GGG does what it does best. It takes that feedback, shelves it, comes back for the next league, and makes changes to their beloved game. That's the cyclic nature of the game. With Ultimatum in the rearview mirror, we will fast forward over to Scourge League. Scourge came out 6 months later after Ultimatum and featured scaling risk-reward mechanic, which incentivized you to have very powerful builds. During Scourge League, a popular strategy developed involving Alva and something we like to call Pocket Beyond. In PoE, these league mechanics used to have a historic bonus that affected all league mechanics, Alva
The thing that made loot good.
being one of them. When you were killing monsters inside of that particular league mechanic, they would get a very, very large bonus applied to them. This bonus was introduced so that monsters were just generally worth killing when you were doing the mechanics, such as Abyss, or in this case, Alva. In order to make the league mechanics feel more powerful and potent, the multiplier that these monsters had on them was, in the realm of like 1,000%, like 10 times more loot. This made it so monsters from those mechanics just generally felt more rewarding than other stuff on the map. And that reward was so potent that people would actually bring in a prophecy called Hidden Reinforcements in order to generate extra monsters inside of the Alva. When you proc the prophecy, it would spawn a monster pack, you would kill the monster pack, and it would spawn beyond monsters. You'd then kill the beyond monsters, and they would all have that 10x bonus from the Alva applied to them. This strategy was one of the mainstays in early MFing, and it really cemented Alva as like the premier mechanic for magic finding at this point in time. The huge focus on killing as many monsters as you can. Killing as many monsters generates a lot of beyond generates a lot of loot. It had a very good cycle going for it. It was a very, very fun gameplay loop to a lot of players at this time. But it's important to take note of this specific historic bonus that existed in league mechanics like Alva, because this historic bonus would become the piece of controversy for leagues later down the line. We need to put a pause on that first because we need to talk about Arch Nemesis. Arch Nemesis came after Scourge 3 months later in February 4th of 2022. Featured a new Atlas, including the first iteration of Eater and Exarch, which were very, very cool bosses. It was also the first iteration of the PoE Atlas passive tree, which is beloved by many players to this day. But remember all that complaining that players did back in Ultimatum regarding rare monster spam and battle clutter? Well, GGG had a plan, and now it is time to finally reveal the rework that has been promised as a result of all of those complaints in Ultimatum. And that is clearly Arch Nemesis. It comes to PoE first as a league, so that GGG can test the waters, make sure it's suitable for the core game. The idea is simple, right? What if we reduced the amount of rare monsters, but we gave rare monsters powerful modifiers that are memorable, and you're going to have these epic battles with those rare monsters and be rewarded for killing them? It sounds great on paper, right? It was also GGG's first implementation of what we call loot conversion modifiers, a system in which where you kill the monster and it would convert 100% of the item drops to a particular other type of item, such as currency, scarabs, or flasks. During the Arch Nemesis League itself, there wasn't a huge amount of focus put on the Arch Nemesis mechanic itself because the base game had so many changes to it with the new new bosses and the Atlas passive tree, for many players, Arch Nemesis kind of came as an afterthought because of all of the other sweeping changes that came to the game. The player sentiment on Arch Nemesis was kind of lukewarm, stating that generally the mechanic was cool and rewarding, but a lot of the modifiers were generally unbalanced and very untested. A lot of modifiers would just make monsters extremely tanky or unkillable, and others just did way too much damage and just would one-shot hardcore characters. But once again, these problems were kind of overlooked because the base game had received such a fantastic expansion. It was really fine to overlook some of these issues that the Arch Nemesis mechanic had. Arch Nemesis comes to a close in May of 2022, and we are excited to see the next league, which is going to be Sentinel League. During the Sentinel reveal trailers, it was announced that GGG was going to fold Arch Nemesis into the core game, and players were apprehensive at best, but we were promised that a pass was done on all of the modifiers, and all of the problematic ones are going to be receiving balancing, so we were all willing to hold our breath while GGG cooks in the kitchen here. The first initial implementation of Arch Nemesis into rares had all of the modifiers of Arch Nemesis, but the same amount of rares that were there before. They also didn't really make the rares super rewarding as a result of adding these new and annoying modifiers to rares, and even though GGG did a balance patch on a lot of these modifiers, there were still some extremely unfun and problematic ones that would later be removed, such as periodic invulnerability.
This is not a good welcome sign for a new player. GGG, what is that?
Almost like we knew ahead of time before this happened that immunities, even rotating ones, never felt good.
In general, Sentinel League was full of complaints about rare monster power, as truly a lot of these were really underbaked and untested, unbalanced, and the rares that you were killing were not super rewarding to begin with. So now we just have harder monsters that are more annoying to fight, but without the rewards. Sentinel League in general was kind of the peak of magic finding in PoE, as we had Alva incursions at their strongest, historic League quantity bonuses still intact, crazy Sentinel quantity steroids that provided some of the most fun and crazy moments of magic finding in PoE history. The monsters themselves dropped loot, and you were incentivized to kill as many monsters as you could, and it wasn't just the single rare or unique monster loot pinata meta that we have today in 2026. Every monster was valuable, and every mechanic was valuable, as they had inherent quantity and rarity bonuses. But little did we know this would be the last league we have those.
It was also the last league ground loot was any good. That's it. Ever since right then, it's almost like it's so fucking easy to fix ground loot. Like, so easy.
Kalandra. So let's begin to unpack Kalandra, shall we? Sentinel was a pretty wild ride, and the rare monsters with the new modifiers are pretty overwhelming to the majority of the player base, and it made content generally very difficult, so we need to pull back a bit, right? If you're GGG in this situation, maybe the best way to keep these powerful rare modifiers in the game is just to reduce the number of rare monsters overall and add even more modifiers to the rare monsters. This in theory will achieve two things, right? The rare encounters will feel harder and make you think about combat more, and when you kill the rare, you'll be sufficiently rewarded for your efforts.
That should drop that? Are you...
That sounds great on paper, right? So let's reduce the number of rares, give them more modifiers, and bring back the loot conversions that existed in the OG Arch Nemesis League implementation. GG took this concept into internal testing and ran into a problem, however. When they were implementing those loot conversions, they noticed that sometimes monsters dropped way more loot than intended from the conversions. And upon doing some digging, they found the culprit. That hidden historic bonus, which existed on League mechanics such as Abyss or Alva incursions. That historic bonus was taking those reward conversions, right? And applying that same maybe 10x multiplier to the conversions that were coming out. If you landed these conversion modifiers inside of an Alva, combined with the way the loot system works, you would most likely be generating hundreds upon hundreds of divines from a single monster loot conversion. And this is obviously unacceptable for the core game, right? We don't want to have people dropping hundreds of divines or whatever when they get lucky in an Alva. It's probably a little bit unhealthy. So the solution here is to, instead of not have the loot conversions in the game, we're going to just nerf the historic bonus that existed on all League mechanics. And we're going to compensate the player by maybe, let's say, increasing the number of item drops globally by, let's say, 30% or so. And then now we can finally implement the Arch Nemesis loot conversions into the core game. These changes are like the genesis of all of the issues that have been plaguing PoE's item drop system for years now. League mechanics were originally designed with this historic bonus in mind to make ground loot feel substantially better than just normal monsters in your map. It was the primary reason why these League mechanics were worth engaging with in the first place. These changes led to a litany of issues, mainly that Arch Nemesis monsters were extremely unbalanced and your main source of loot. And you were just fishing for those conversions to scarabs or currency when they happened, because it would drop so much currency when you landed the lottery that it was really no point in doing anything else in the game. It also had a knock-on effect that ground loot that doesn't come from Arch Nemesis conversions is just completely destroyed, and stock League mechanics that aren't juiced up by scarabs are now completely unrewarding when you're looking at it in the context of ground loot. These sweeping changes to League mechanic loot was not announced at all in the patch, and obviously it left players a little bit questionable about what the situation was. The disparity of loot was actually so bad, many people just thought there was a bug, like they just couldn't believe that there was this little stuff dropping in Kalandra. There were other changes this patch which also led to a very, very large reduction in ground loot, mainly the absolute destruction of Beyond as a League mechanic. For any new school players, Beyond used to be the most powerful
Which, by the way, I still miss Beyond. Old Beyond, way better, way more fun, and way more rewarding.
MFing or ground loot strategy, as it would just generate a ton of extra monsters for you to kill, a lot of unique monsters at that, and unique monsters used to have very, very high multipliers on them, so they were very, very sought after. This isn't a problem now, but the original rework of Beyond made it so that you could spawn a boss instantly after you just killed a couple monsters, which would turn off your Beyond. Obviously, that's not very good. The historic bonus, which existed on all of the Beyond monsters, was removed, alongside all of the other mechanics that had their historic bonus removed as well. It now basically can't spawn unique monsters besides the one boss, which was another nerf, and it kind of left Beyond as an absolute shadow of its former glory as a juicing mechanic. So players going into the Kalandra League knew that, a couple of these things were going to be nerfed, but we really did not know how bad it was going to be. We, as League players, started to level up our new characters on the League launch, and we heard some rumblings from standard players that the loot situation was very dire, but oh boy, we were not prepared. The Arch Nemesis changes being rolled into the core games, with the monsters being extremely overtuned and unbalanced, coupled with the insane reduction in loot coming from all mechanics, on top of the absolute
Yes. Let me walk away from it a little bit. It's those things.
Destruction of Beyond led to a flood of memes that will never be replicated in the PoE community.
It was all a fever dream. There's no hard mode. There was no quantity nerf.
And we can begin to also look at the double, triple, quadruple, and quintuple down that GGG did in regards to this situation. So the player base is extremely on edge at this point.
This is where every problem in the current game started, by the way. This is it. And it's this simple to fix loot. Literally put it back. It's that simple.
Right? They want answers. There's been the biggest shadow nerf to loot in the history of the game. We had some of the biggest crafting nerfs with the reimplementation of Harvest to trade.
Whoa, 1, 2, 3, fire damage!
And we have the destruction of Beyond as a league mechanic. The first thing to address is Arch Nemesis rares being too powerful. It doesn't really address some of the complaints that the community was having, and that a lot of these mods are underbaked and untested. And the only thing that we're going to get from them is just a reduction of life on Arch Nemesis rares that are coming out of Essences, Betrayal, and Red Beasts, which wasn't really the problem a lot of players were experiencing, and it felt like a disconnect between the player base and GGG. The next complaint that players were having was about harvest crafting, and that it was just way too RNG to make the items you were having on your builds, right? It was just way too hard for a lot of players. And to address the feedback here, the answer we got was we're just going to be increasing the life force drop rates with no addressing of the community concerns about the crafts being just extremely RNG and less powerful than they were before. Lake of Kalandra was getting some improvements, but I don't think many people were engaging with the league mechanic to begin with. But maybe those changes would be good. Everybody was going to wait and see. And we finally arrive at the now infamous historic bonus removal. Chris writes, players report that general item drops feel a lot lower in this expansion. There are two changes we made in 3.19. The first is that the rate of encountering rare monsters from certain league content has been reduced, so you are fighting, killing, and receiving rewards from fewer monsters than before. This is partially offset by rare monsters in 3.19 now being more rewarding than they were before. The second reason is that we removed a massive historic bonus to item quantity and or rarity that applied to some league-specific monsters. We replaced it with a moderate 2 to 3x increase to item quantity to offset the fact that they often have more life than regular monsters and some cannot drop maps. It's once again worth reiterating that the player base had no idea of these changes at the time. They booted up the league, leveled up their character, was experiencing terrible ground loot, and this is the first time we had ever heard about these massive sweeping changes to the way that loot works in the game. This post was received with overwhelming negativity by the PoE community. How could such a massive
How could anyone have seen that coming?
sweeping change not be communicated in the patch notes to the player? It was, for all intents and purposes, one of the largest loot-related changes to have ever been implemented in the game, and it didn't even receive a passing patch note or anything of the sorts. And a frustration that the community had at the time was that there wasn't any willingness to try and make any changes in that regard. It was kind of just, here's what we did, and this is kind of how it's going to be. The massive historic bonus removal just came as a shock to the general community. It's just, how could they have done this, was the overall sentiment, as you can see from some of these Reddit comments.
Which is still to this day wrong, and very, very clearly wrong, right? This was clearly the wrong decision, and it is still wrong to this day.
Comments from way back in the day. The next Reddit post to satiate the Reddit dumpster fire would come from Chris in the form of nerfing defensive Arch Nemesis modifiers, which honestly was a huge W for the community here. A lot of the modifiers were extremely annoying, underbaked, untested, as I keep saying over and over again here, and they ended up nerfing a ton of those modifiers, and these changes were met with much positivity because people really did not like some of these modifiers. With the community still absolutely enraged and the Reddit just on fire at this point, Chris would sit down and write a post to address much of the criticism that GGG is receiving as a result of a bunch of these changes in Kalandra Kalandra. Let me preface these posts by saying I have the utmost respect for Chris Wilson. In the now infamous What Happened with Items Reddit post, Chris would detail exactly how these changes came about, how these changes affect item drops, and what we're going to be doing going forward. It is the most downvoted Reddit post in all of PoE history, but frankly, no matter what Chris said here, I don't think it could have satiated the absolute blind rage that the PoE community was blinded with at the time. In this post, Chris details a few of the philosophies that are guiding the changes that came about in Kalandra. Chris also detailed the rationalization.
This is also the very first league where I realized that PoE could in fact be a garbage game to play. I believe I spent most of this league playing Undecember. And it was the first time I was like, oh, this game could go in a way where it just becomes something I don't want to play anymore.
Behind removing the historic quantity and rarity bonuses that applied to league mechanics here. The critical line is here where he says, as described above, various valuable arch nemesis modifier conversion drops in a way that directly benefit from item rarity and item quantity bonuses. When we were balancing and testing this, we wondered why certain league monsters were dropping significantly more items than regular monsters. It turned out this was due to the item rarity or quantity bonuses that were historically applied to monsters to make leagues feel rewarding. When combined with the new drop conversion system, these bonuses stacked exponentially and caused far too many rewards. So in line with Philosophy 3, they rebalanced the league monsters so that they were now about twice as rewarding as regular monsters and didn't have these existing bonuses. To be clear, the bonuses were inconsistent and arbitrary. For example, Yellow Beast dropped more items than Red Beast, Incursion monsters didn't have any increased quantity, just increased rarity, and Harvest monsters had both. This also touches on Beyond, saying that it is not okay for 15,000 unique items to drop in the same map. The new version is more reasonable, allowing up to one unique Beyond boss per map, which is honestly a gigantic nerf, but it was intentional, and we mentioned in the live stream it was reworked. Chris also expresses regret for not patch noting the item rarity and quantity rebalance changes, which is understandable. There's a lot of stuff that goes on. It's just so hard to catch all of these changes and patch note them properly. But here's where the controversial bits start in Chris's post. Chris said he also overstated the impact of the change when communicating about it in the What We Are Working On post. He said we removed a massive historic bonus, and this caused the community to think the impact was larger than it was. The reason why I used the word massive was that the numbers sounded big and viewed in isolation, but are less impactful when viewed in context. For example, the rarity bonus that was removed from a Red Beast was 750%. This sounds big, but a 4-mod Arch Nemesis rare has a 41,000% bonus. Players have been saying we massively reduced drops, throwing out numbers like 90%, but in reality, a large difference could only occur in the most extreme situations involving Beyond, Delirium, and Incursion stacked with party, quantity, rarity, sextants, and scarabs, and a dedicated MF cooler.
To be very clear, that whole post was a lie. I proved it was a lie. I put out a video. We had a spreadsheet and everything. It was pretty close to a 90% nerf across the board. We were correct. Chris was wrong. It was provable. We proved it. There's a spreadsheet. I did videos on it. It was indeed pretty much a 90% less loot across the board.
He might be singling us out here. Every other player is unaffected on average. For example, when playing Breach, the reduction in currency items found is around 7%. In 100% Delirium maps, the difference hits 17%. In Incursion and regular non-league content, you'll find 25% more. So you have to understand, the whole community is telling GGG that the loot is terrible. They made a huge mistake. There's a massive amount of FOMO going on because of people culling rare monsters for 70, 100, 150 divine. And poor Chris makes a Reddit post, which is essentially like kind of gaslighting the community, saying that the loot is really fine, which the tidbit about saying that there's X% of reduction of items was really what kind of rubbed the community the wrong way, so to speak, and why this particular post was so frowned upon and heavily downvoted at the time. On the topic of Kalandra, Chris would go on to make one last Reddit post about...
What I suspect happened here is somebody told Chris the numbers they'd worked out, and it was somebody Chris believed who worked at the company, and so he posted it based on the information he was given from internal people. So perhaps lie's the wrong word, but it was super wrong. The entire thing was incorrect, right? Like this entire post was wrong. I suspect he was just given bad information and ran with it without checking himself.
Tool-assisted Pantheon mod farming, which did receive a bunch of community praise, and this would be the last Reddit post Chris Wilson would make for 4 years. With Kalandra in the mirror, we need to take a look at the next league, which is going to be Sanctum, which started in December of 2022, just 4 months after the Kalandra incident. Sanctum fixed a few issues from Kalandra, mainly that loot conversions are now purely random, so there is no telegraphing of what is going to do a loot conversion anymore. So now, in theory, every single rare monster you kill has an equal chance of, doing the loot conversion. This fixes the culling problem that existed in Kalandra. We had more nerfs to problematic Arch Nemesis modifiers as GGG continues to iterate and bring down the problematic Arch Nemesis modifiers. And on top of that, rares now spawn with less modifiers than before, so they're not as annoying to kill, and there's not as many problematic combinations for players. Ground loot is still in a dire state, but there's one singular mechanic holding up endgame magic finding or endgame mapping on stilts, and that is going to be enraged strongboxes. Post Kalandra, we are now in a landscape where, on average, league monsters are unrewarding, but there's one way to inject base quantity onto monsters, and that is enraged. You simply use the sextant for 600% base quantity on monsters in the strongboxes, and you add as many strongboxes as you humanly can to your map with the Atlas passives and scarabs. You choose a map with a good div card, and there's still ground loot. Hooray! Game's working great. Thumbs up. But the problem is that this is now the only way you can inject ground loot into your game. We're just holding up the end game on a single mechanic on stilts. So now fast forward to the Trial of the Ancestors League, which came out in August of 2023. Here we get another pair of stilts to...
This is very well put together, Snap, but this is also exactly the stuff that I've been saying, right? Like,
stand on when it comes to endgame
just
farming and juicing. With the Ancestors patch, we got a new toy that is going to be the Speaker of the Dead Atlas Keystone passive. It makes it so Tormented Spirits in your maps can possess players for 20 seconds, and Tormented Spirits in your maps cannot possess monsters. For those unaware, touched monsters have a significant quantity bonus applied to them, similar to enraged monsters out of strong boxes. With some clever planning and manipulations of ghosts, a new farming meta arise. It's the same divination card farming strategy as we've seen for many years, but now instead of enraged strong boxes, we have to jam as many Tormented Spirits into the map as possible and infect monsters with that quantity buff. A common theme you'll see here with a lot of strategies post Kalandra is just players chasing the last remnants of mechanics that haven't had their quantity bonus nerfed yet. First we had strong boxes, then we had ghosts. Later on we're going to talk about rogue exiles, but it kind of does feel like we're drug addicts just chasing the very last mechanics that drop loot in the game. Overall, Ancestors was a very good league for juicers, but the problem still remained. We have a handful of viable ground loot strategies that are just warped around injecting as many monsters with high quantity bonuses into our maps. This makes stock league mechanics on average very unrewarding, but at least there's more than just strong boxes now. We have ghosts. But after Ancestors, we will see the craziest thing that has ever come to PoE. Affliction League came out in December of 2023.
This is, in the last few years, by far the most fun league.
And we were absolutely not ready for the clownery that is going to come out of this particular league. GGG really threw out any restraint when making this league. Ghosting was still a strategy of this league, albeit overshadowed by other strategies quickly. Affliction was all-consuming. It didn't matter how...
This I was playing up until like the final weeks, and so were like so many people. The retention was so high. This was such a fun league. And all they did was give us a new way to get ground loot on the floor that's scalable. We could have this in every single mechanic in the game if you just put the fucking quantity and rarity bonuses back.
How bad the base state of the game was, or how unrewarding other league mechanics were, because Affliction was just the absolute craziest thing that PoE has ever seen to this day. Affliction was popular because it made all mechanics viable. It introduced generic item quantity to literally everything, and when you hit a good Affliction, you wanted to kill absolutely every monster in the map. This made previously weak mechanics for ground loot like Abyss viable, once again, because it spawns a large number of rares. But now, with the juiced quantity from Affliction, I'm not going to delve too deep on all of the ins and outs of Affliction, but let's just say our resident Fub Gunnar dropped something like 25 mirrors raw on his own and farmed around 80 mirrors in that league. Loot was at an all-time high. Headhunters were just a couple divines in price, an all-time low. With our dopamine receptors fried, we will move on to Necropolis. With our refractory period not quite recovered yet, Necropolis comes out of left field with a rework to Scarabs and the removal of Sextants. Enraged strongboxes have been finally removed, and Ghosting has finally eaten the final nerf to knock it out of viability this league. The nerfs aren't so bad though. The Scarab rework brought hope to the magic finders and the juicers of the world because there are so many new combinations to try. Surely I'll be the one to find some super broken strategy, right? It'll be me. I'll be the one that'll find the combination. One Scarab instantly caught every magic finder's eye. And now we need to talk about the Curation Scarab incident. The Curation Scarab let you pick 10 maps of divination cards, having them drop as full stacks, and they let you have 2 of the old generic divination card boosting Scarabs in a single strategy. The Scarab was absolutely one of the most broken things to exist in the league. Later on, players would start to discover how broken Rogue Exiles were in combination with the Curation Scarab, which led to the now infamous 10 mirrors in one day video video by Fubgun. In Necropolis, Rogue Exiles were injected into the map via All Flames, but players would soon discover just how powerful Rogue Exiles were after experiencing it in Necropolis. We also have our very first taste of the meat sack loot pinata meta when Ben popularized to the community just how stupid unique monster and rare monster modifier stacking plus Tormented Spirits could get. After Necropolis, yours truly ranted about how I generally disliked the new Scarab system as stock league mechanics felt unrewarding in general, and hyper-specific Scarab combinations multiplied out of control to be too powerful. It becomes a balancing nightmare for GGG, and I still believe that the new Scarab system suffers heavily from this problem to this day. After the dust settles in Necropolis, we will have to move on to the year-long bonanza that is the Settlers League. Settlers started in July of 2024 and was almost open for a full year ending June the next year. We do have a couple massive changes in regards to loot. Item quantity on gear has been removed, but at the time wasn't a big deal as the Glittering Scarab still existed with increased item quantity. This just means you really just had to pay the slot tax on the Glittering Scarab. We also saw the Reliquary Scarab reworked into the Titanic Scarab. Tormented Spirits had their bonuses. Calandra
Yesterday. It was pretty good even though it felt squishy after campaign compared to SRS. We'll continue testing carrot.
Nice.
which means Tormented Spirits are just basically functionally useless now. The Divination Scarab reworked into the Cloister Scarab, which no longer provides a generic bonus to div card. Divination card drop locations also received a massive rework in regards to their drop location and drop pools. In theory, scrying Divination cards will allow you to target farm specific cards on your preferred layout, but there's one catch. You can no longer increase the Divination card drop rate relative to other items with the removal of the base Divination Scarab. So while you can scry whatever div card you want and use it alongside any strategy you are using, your Divination card drop rate is significantly lower than it was before. There are strategies with pilfering where you inject a bunch of monsters that drop div cards, but it's a complete random grab bag of div cards and isn't really target farming div cards, which was a thing before. With these changes, the targeted farming of specific Divination card set has basically been killed off completely. Last thing to talk about in Settlers League was the Titanic Scarab and how dominant it has been for magic finding and just general ground loot. The Reliquary Scarab replacement has been the only thing holding magic finding together for the past few leagues, basically taking the place of Enraged Strongboxes from earlier leagues. Everything else for ground loot was just kind of bad in comparison. For those unfamiliar, you just stack as many unique monsters in the map with Pandemonium or Rogue Exiles and stack the new pack size chisel, and voila, we have a bunch of loot pinatas running around the map. That's kind of it. You just run from unique monster to unique monster, not caring for a single other thing that is going on, a single other mechanic that is spawning rares, etc. 99% of everything in the map that isn't a unique monster doesn't drop shit, and you find the unique boss or exile and it explodes with uniques like a loot pinata. Titanic has kind of brought back that meta that existed in Calandra where you're just running to the loot pinata, killing it, and then leaving the map, and then that loot pinata explodes with uniques. And this has kind of been the meta for around a year or two now. But Settlers was the first league where the Titanic Scarab really started to be refined as a strategy, and over the next couple leagues, players will take it to their absolute maximum. We now bring ourselves to the Mercenaries League, which started in June of 2025. We have the same powerful Titanic Scarab that existed before, but it's now juiced up with new toys. Number one, we have the extra party quantity from Mercenaries. For every mercenary in the party received basically 50% more quantity, which is half a player. We had new memory maps with pedal abilities, which generated some insane loot explosions and conversions. We also had the discovery of the Rogue Exile Pokeball strategy with ritual vessels. For those not privy to the Pokeball strategy, the way it worked was you can capture giant Rogue Exiles in a non-juiced map, then smuggle those giant Rogue Exiles into a juiced up Titanic Scarab map. Normally when you respawn monsters in a ritual, they have a loot penalty applied to them for each time they respawn. But a small oversight from the devs here is that the loot penalty does not apply to the Rogue Exiles when they are split from being giant. This let you have a massive number of unique monsters to multiply your Titanic Scarabs against, which led to some of the highest loot levels in terms of uniques that we've seen since Affliction. It's worth reiterating here again that all of these strategies require hyper-targeted niche interactions and scarabs to function. Meanwhile, the base game is still unrewarding since Calandra. While Rogue Exiles took the limelight as the strategy of the league, some new creative farms sprouted up as a result of the scarab changes, some notable shoutouts being the Evolution Shrine farming and Abyss of Hordes. We finally move on to GGG's latest released league, which is going to be Keepers, which started in October of 2025. Keepers is where the years of bad decisions warped around Arch Nemesis finally catches up with GGG. Some notable changes in Keepers was that the Titanic scaling was cut in half, which is obviously a big nerf to endgame farming and juicers. Additionally, generic map mod effect on the Atlas was cut nearly by half. Additionally, quantity and rarity nodes on the tree were also cut in half. The Evolution Scarab was pretty much gutted. The Rogue Exile inherent quantity and rarity bonus has finally been Calandrified. Abyss Hordes ate a huge nerf. Tier 17 map modifier bonuses have been nerfed. Risk Scarab has also been nerfed and limited to 1. And then finally, Breach, one of the most beloved mechanics of all of PoE, was reworked into something way more annoying and less rewarding. In terms of ground loot, that is, not speaking about the tree. In Keepers, we no longer had a strategy that holds the game up on stilts. No enraged boxes, no affliction, no ghosting, no curation scarab, no rogue exiles. The game is finally laid out bare, and the players find that the game is just unrewarding at base level. There's a reason this league was received poorly, and it is the years of decisions that are warped around Kalandra and the knock-on effects that have made us arrive here today. If you don't have a niche strategy and or scarab combination to abuse, what is left is the base game, and the players finally woke up to the reality that the base game is in dire need of help. Ground loot in PoE has been in such a dire state since Kalandra, and has just been going from crutch strategy to crutch.
This is literally like, I've gone on about this. I've been on so many rants about exactly this. I fucking love Snap. He's done such a good job of putting it all together, but like, this is exactly the thing I've been talking about for ages. And it's so fucking easy to fix. It's so easy to fix. And I'm gonna say again, it's so easy to fix.
Strategy, because everything at a base level is simply unrewarding. It all started with an idea to try to make rare monsters more rewarding and challenging, and what we got was design decisions warped around that end goal that compromised so many other systems in the game. Looking forward, GG has mentioned they are planning a larger rework to endgame strategies and scarabs, so hopefully we will have new toys to tinker around with and new strategies to explore in the upcoming March League. I've been playing PoE for 13 years now, and I know GGG can always cook up something awesome. I want to thank you all for watching. This video has been a ton of work to put together, and hopefully we'll see you all in 328. Once again, I'm Snap, and thanks for watching.
That was really good. Right, anyway. Yep, every single thing in there is exactly what I've been complaining about for literally years. And it's so simple to fix, guys. It's so simple to fix. Like, the whole thing is caused by one change. One change knock-on affected and ruined literally every bit of ground loot in the game from start to finish. Almost like that change was bad. Maybe we just undo that. And then, ta-da. It's that easy. Maybe we just undo that change, the one that's bad. Let's just undo that, and then it'll all be fine. Those should be in the inside of the rest of the extra. Yep. Yep. Well, that changed. I just opened the stream. Oh, we were talking about PoE. We just watched Snap's most recent video, which is exactly almost word for word the things that I've been complaining about for years. TLDR, every single problem in PoE 1 currently was all caused by one patch note, which happened several years ago, which wasn't even a patch note. It was a hidden, when they removed the hidden quantity and rarity bonus from all league mechanics. Right? That caused pretty much every single problem we've got. Yeah, every single loot related problem. And it's been a running problem since then. It's caused every problem with every league. It's the, if you think back to when was the first time loot felt like shit, that's the league that happened, and it's been bad ever since then. It was Calandra League, just so you're aware. There was a single exception, which was Affliction League, but that was essentially because what Affliction did was exactly the thing that they removed. It gave huge numbers of quantity and rarity to every monster in the map. And so it's exactly the thing that they removed. They brought that back as Affliction for one league, and suddenly it was good and fun again. But then it was gone, right? Maybe they'll start letting us have fun again, because it was fun before that. There was so many, everything was fun before that. This is the #1 problem with PoE. It has been for years. In those days and didn't appreciate how good it was. And it's also really easy to fix, which is the point I keep harking on about, which is like, I don't understand why it's still bad. Like if every single problem with loot in your entire game came from one single change, and we haven't been able to fix it back to a good place since then, and it's been years, maybe that change was bad, and maybe we just undo that change. Maybe we just go, that one thing that we did 4 fucking years ago that ruined all of the ground loot in the entire game that we've never been able to fix since then. Maybe we just undo that. Maybe we just Control Z. Just turn that off. I mean, it doesn't have to be as direct as that either, right? Like some of the versions like Alva had 10,000% quant and 50,000% rarity. Maybe those numbers are a little high. Removing it was obviously the wrong choice, but maybe those numbers are a little high. Maybe instead of that we go I don't know, like halve it or something, right? Maybe you halve it instead. Okay, so I technically only have this first train station getting used. Oh, I'm literally only using the first slot. Just every train is filling up from the first slot. Cool. This is going to use the most concrete out of anything, and I have an entire train to do so in. So I'm going to go slot 2 and 3. That's the announcement. Maybe. Who knows, right?
If I could make you come with one finger, imagine what I could do with my whole fist. With my whole fist.
What the fuck? Okay, I mean, like, technically you're working, but why aren't you? Maybe you are. Okay, but this one isn't. Oops. How did that happen? What have we done here? Okay, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that again. Okay, let's plug in there. Suck it out of that. Plug in there. Suck it out of that. Plug in here. Go in there. Well, this isn't right. Ah, right, okay. It is. But we have to do something about this. So it's good, it's fine, and we're still actually not even running out of concrete, and we're not going to. But what we do need is to refill faster than that. Right? We do have to actually refill faster than that. So we need to do something a little bit different here then. So this is not a problem of not generating enough concrete. It is just a problem of time between trains to refill the bars, right? Like, it's just gonna take a little too long. So all we really have to do is we take this one, and right here we just split half into this section, so that when a train picks it up, or when the things are full, they'll fill up both of these boxes. Ah, right. I was like, why isn't it going? It should be going. Right. Didn't do the front one. So what we want to do is let those two fill from only that one. And then here we want to put mergers in. Right here. So we're going to fix this problem of not being able to re-inject our concrete quick enough to the train. And we're going to do that by just bringing a line in like that and chucking it in the mergers there. This is technically the same amount of total concrete being made, but we've essentially doubled the rate at which it can refill the train cart, that's the bit that's suffering here, is that we're making enough concrete, but we couldn't actually refill the train carts in time. So if we do it like that, now it'll be much faster to refill the train cart, although my entire concrete plan will run a lot for a while because we did just introduce a whole lot of new storage, which will have to get filled. So this will all run at 100% for a while. But that should solve our refilling problem. Which, to be clear, wasn't really a problem yet, but it was certainly about to be. Okay, so now that all of that's done, what I want is a new train that takes only from positions 2 and 3. Edit timetable. Go to Concrete Oasis 1. And then here you will unload nothing, load, concrete. Save. And then from there, you will go to final destination concrete, where you will load nothing and unload only concrete. And that is it. Well, to be fair though, like Jonathan's main thing is Pee-wee 2, right? Like I feel like he was only on the like panel or whatever we call it because he's like the face of the company now. But like realistically, Mark knew all of the things about Pee-wee 1, right? Jonathan should still be there when it's Pee-wee 2 time, but it doesn't make so much sense for him to be there on Pee-wee 1. It's not that he'll know nothing. I'm sure he'll still know a bunch and stuff is still getting run by him and whatnot, but like that's not his main thing. And not being absolutely right, like it's just not his main thing. Like he's not doing that. Whee! It's like a roller coaster. In-game designers in Pee-wee 1. It's pretty cool. Also, Octavian will be fantastic just because, like, he's already really experienced on camera, right? Like, he's already very experienced on camera, not just from streaming, but also from being one of the main hosts of the largest podcast for like 8 years, right? Like, I think it's weeks away. Weeks away. It is, but I think we're finishing today. I think. Okay, that should be more than enough concrete. In theory. So we will have to wait until our concrete train comes back to find out, because the first one was a very low quantity. Miss me last. I miss doing my own podcast. That was cool. Not enough to do the organizing though. The organizing of a podcast is insane. Being on one was very cool. The organizing is like not. It's not cool. This is fucking crazy, actually. Alright, come on train, make it back here. Actually, while we're waiting on you. Throw a drone on there to get our pasta. From here, from this port, to get pasta. That's it, buddy. Take off. 6,000 away. Looks like it's less than 5 minutes there and back though, so should be fine. People playing this weekend? Yeah. Maybe that's what I do tomorrow. It's really fun. Look at the drones. The drones and the trains and the stations and the... It's just so active. I'm playing Factor. Nope. This is my first factory builder of any kind. Damn it, that wasn't the train I was waiting on. The next one coming down the spiral, that should be the one I'm waiting on. Nah, I will not be doing Factor, although I will try a lot of other factory games because I had a lot of fun with this one. But for me personally, graphics is like in the like top 3, maybe even top 2 of like most important things about a game for me to have fun with. And Factora might be a fantastic game. It sounds like it is because a lot of people love it, but it undeniably looks like garbage. So I think for me, that's just not going to work. Here's our concrete train. I don't know if that's going to be enough. We'll see though. It's probably the best secondary builder that exists. I mean, I'm sure some people feel that way. To me, nothing that looks like that could be the best anything that exists. It's the graphic style that went out of date for me fucking 20 years ago. 25 years ago. Make your game look like it was made in the last quarter of a millennia, and then I might play it. Okay, so let's do that. Which in the machine way could be a single machine? Can you really be a single machine? I thought you were gonna need two for sure. You need two. You only need one? Crazy. All right, cool. So we're going to build one manufacturer into into two manufacturers. So one manufacturer into two manufacturers. One there. And two up here. The first one has to make singularity cells, and you can be done. Oh, way to go. There it is. You're the one that's going to take the nuclear pasta and the concrete that we just brought in, and I would like you to make I'm going to say 15.1. So you oversupply ever so slightly because you can. Dark matter crystals, iron plates, and concrete. And nuclear pasta. Victorian Minecraft, yep, all of those. Yep. I'm not interested in any of those. And I'm not missing out on anything. These are unfun games to me. for people who don't care about graphics. That's great, but that ain't me. Okay, so dark crystals and iron plates. Okay, so the crystals I made over here. Somewhere. There they are. That's actually them right there. Yo, they come most of the way to where I need to go already. Fantastic. Let's go get iron plates then. Those I made most of here somewhere. No, that's my aluminum. Where did I make all my iron plates? Just here? Yeah, just here. With very few of them going forward to these machines to make the reinforced iron plate. And the rest of them, it looks like I already put them in a box or something downstairs. Fuck yeah. So we'd like to go straight that way, but over that first, so you don't hit any weirdness, please. You might be able to just... Yes, Dyson Sphere looks really good. The anime looking one I was really excited about until I found out apparently it's like a full-on gacha game, and I was like, oh. Shapes is something I played for like one day before this one, which I would definitely go back to and play again. That was pretty good. It also isn't a factory builder. I mean, it looked like a factory builder, right? Like it looked like one. Yeah, but I'd only seen Let's Game It Out's video on it when I was expressing my interest. And it was almost exclusively focused on the factory building portions. And so I thought it looked really, really good. And then I told people, I'm like, this looks really, really good. And then people were like, about that. And I'm like, oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Turns out it's a full-on gacha game, and like the factory building stuff looks good still, but then that's like 10% of the game, and the rest of it is gacha trash. And I'm like, oh. And in you go. Okay. No, Mugenics looks pretty good. We'll probably have to give that a go. So you've got dark matter crystals and iron plates already done. So now you just need the concrete and nuclear pasta. Look at all that nuclear pasta. Anytime I do anything other than rolling magma, I regret it. Oof. Anytime I try to start rolling magma, I regret it greatly. I would start freezing pulse with a half damage multiplier before I would start rolling magma. That's how bad rolling magma is of a skill. Could jump it there, but fire mastery. Yes. Yeah, it is very strong when you nail it. Like there's nothing, it's actually quite strong. I find it incredibly unfun to play. Ta-da! And begin. Oh, you can't begin. Hold on. And begin. There we go. Cool. Now what else do you need? Thermal propulsion rockets. Dark matter crystals again. Wait. Wait. That just could be a cool way to feed things. Like I could just go in and then go in again. The last one will be too close. It's also not centered, but even if it was centered, the last one wouldn't work. Like it wouldn't bend the belts properly. So the last one has to come up like from floor holes for those two. But we can still do one more. Okay, fantastic. So, door completed. And then this one needs dark crystals, superposition oscillators, and thermal propulsion rockets. Okay. Well. Ah, nope. Fuck you. That's better. Well, you're allowed to be close to things, but you are not allowed to do that, what you tried to do just then. You can be close to stuff, but you cannot clip into stuff. That's not okay. And that should be the one that comes out of here. It is. Very nice. No. Gives me one more thing to deliver here, which we're going to do through those two holes. Is not symmetrical? No. No, it's not. Now I realized halfway through making it, but it's literally my last item to be made in the entire game, so so fuck it, who cares? Pretty much. And the last thing to come after you has to be the still oscillators, which are happening somewhere. Nope. Nope. Here. Superposition oscillators. Am I not using you for anything yet? Is this the only thing you get used in? Well, I'm pretty sure you don't need to be in there either, but why would you be a merger? Wait. Right, those are already going somewhere. That's why that one's still running most of the time. And it's having trouble getting rid of its dark matter residue because the other one isn't running. Because a lot of shit isn't running. Until everything is running, it doesn't actually get rid of all of that, but that's fine. Well, I don't need that then. And instead we want to go like this. Hopefully. Can I take it from there? Fuck yeah, I can. Perfect. First, let's find out where we're going. Right there. Okay. So if I did this way instead. All right. And then we go like that. Up we go. Blocking the light. Listen, I'd rather not have lights there than try and manually avoid them. Like if putting lights in my thing means people go, oh, you can't have belts connected to the lights, I'd fucking rather get rid of them. I'd rather not have lights than not be able to use my roof. Okay. Both of these are now running, and now that superposition oscillator should start making its stuff. Silly me didn't have them in a like in a box or anything, so I couldn't like instantly fill this thing. But now excuse me. It was very obvious that that's not what I wanted to do. There you. What was that? Okay, well, I believe that's every item in the game being made. I think it's literally wait for the ballistic stuff to finish, and we're actually good. Now that'll take a few minutes, so the question is, do I go to the space elevator and just pull it out of my depot, or do I go to the space elevator, pull the space elevator down, move it over here to my permabase, and launch it from here? I think I should launch it from here. We got a few minutes for that to finish up anyway, and I think launching it from here is cooler. How far away is Space 3? That's pretty far. That's pretty far. We will take the train. Like, yeah, I mean, like, we're just gonna wait a few minutes and it's over. The last machine could have been a little more symmetrical, but we've finished it. Making Vixonium? No, I didn't do nuclear anything. It just literally wasn't necessary. On my next playthrough, I will do nuclear stuff. Just because it seems fun to deal with. Especially, I would like to do nuclear and also get rid of all of the nuclear waste. And also have all of my drones run on like the nuclear fuel rods or whatever. But we didn't touch it this time. We also make nice spaces on the next one. I mean, I assume you don't mean nice like this where it's all laid out. I assume what you mean is nice like actually pretty up the buildings. Like actually turn everything into buildings of some kind. Yeah, fuck it. Sure. Now, in theory, I could launch from here. But we just made that whole new place. And it's got all the pretty cool machines over there. And I just think that the space elevator should come with me. And go. And go. What the fuck did that guy do? He just killed the elevator, right? It's still up there though. Like it's still up there in the sky. I guess it's in space, so that's fine. So many drones and trains in this playthrough as well. Like so many drones and planes. Here's about what 1.2 is going to add. Another phase, hopefully. Something that requires me to go down the nuclear way, because I just skipped all the nuclear stuff and it wasn't even an issue. It wasn't even hard to do. In fact, it would have been less convenient to do the nuclear stuff. Doing a DLC or free update? Free update. Although I have seen a lot of discourse from fans and whatnot saying, yo, you should actually give us a DLC. Like you should work on it a lot and make something worth paying for, and we would do it. But yes, this one's free. Gonna be happy to buy DLC, I guess. It seems like this one's gonna be free, and it seems like the next one will probably be a DLC because of how much the community around this game has been like, yo, you know you can charge us, right? Like we'll pay for this. The community wants to keep having updates and they can't have that if it's always free. Yes, that's exactly why. Like, you will not keep getting updates if it's always free, right? Like, you can't. Like, it can't just happen forever. Build. I love that all of like the shit just goes like flying towards the thing. This is the coolest building. You don't need power, do you? No, cool. Ahem. So what are these things called again? Chemical sculptor. And we need 1,000 of those. AI. Expander. We need 256 of those. Sure. Ballistic warp drives are coming. I've already slooped them. They're the last things to get made. Need some more of the balls. More than that, there's only 250 in there. I need 1,000. We need 750 more of those. But there's another 250. Luckily, these were being made and put into a box before the depot, so they're probably already all done. What's your favorite part of the journey? I think phase 4 was the best. phase 4 is when I started to really need to utilize like worldwide logistics and like really have to like think about where things were coming from and where they were going and congestion, and just start using trains and properly and start making satellite bases places and that sort of stuff. But by the time we got to phase 5, everything was already set up. My whole train network, my worldwide logistics are all done. And so moving everything where I needed wasn't really difficult, even though I made all of the coolest machines here. I feel like I also barely appreciated them because like I didn't really have to make anything new. Not really. All the components for everything I made were just existing elsewhere. And it was just a matter of like, put drones down, which I put a lot of drones in. There's another 8 drones up the back there. There's a bunch of drones here to go to all the satellite bases. And then there's like 3 trains and a push-pull train. So like 4 train stations. And we just brought everything over. And then just made it, right? 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I think there's like 18 to 20 or so drones in this base, which is cool. And then 3 trains hooked up to my worldwide train network, and 1 new push-pull train because I'd never done that before. I just wanted to. But yeah, like phase 5 felt a lot less. It felt like a lot less than phase 4. If that makes sense. We're just gonna wait for 100 ballistic warp drives. And they're getting made at their maximum speed. This is all I'm making. That's all the materials we brought in. So, I mean, I slooped them already. But like, I can't actually really turn it up. Well, I mean, I can temporarily. Not much. They'll run out. But I can. So we're not making enough crystal oscillators to support that. But we don't need to for very long. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of want like maybe like some of this stuff should have been like smushed together into one piece, and like at least, I don't know, at least 2 of the items should be like new production items that I don't already have, like a new chain. Maybe I'm like forced to interact with uranium a little bit, even if I'm not forced to go nuclear power. Maybe I have to get like some of the nuclear stuff or something. Like, I didn't feel like I had to mess around much with phase 5. And phase 4 is definitely the best part. All right, we're waiting on 80 more ballistic warp drives. Oh yeah, while we wait, let's buy every single other trophy in the game. Because we can just do that. There we go. So we already have the nut trophy. So what other trophies can we buy? Are there more? Where are the more trophies? Here we are. So we have the golden nut. So can I get this one and this one and this one and that one and that one and that one? And this check mark, because why not? Yep.
Congratulations on purchasing this statue. It is a truly spectacular and one-off event. If you believe you have heard this message before, please examine yourself for signs of temporal anomalies.
Everything go down haphazardly. Okay, there's my trophy collection. Every trophy in the game. Still 300 tickets in it. I'm not seeing the nut. That one. That was the first one I bought. I got every trophy in the game. I still got 300 tickets left. Nothing else to buy. I bought all of them. Go to my room while you wait. What? 40 to go. That's it. There's 42 to go. Small room. Nope. They're all just thrown haphazardly on the floor. The lizard doggo statue is my favorite. Did we get a pet dog? Yep, like 8 of them. One of them gave me a nuke once, and none of them made it back to my base because they were too slow to follow me, so I just left them behind. But there's like 8 of them that are friends with me, some like out in the middle of nowhere. they're just out in the middle of nowhere, but they're friends with me. $35 to go. You know what? I think I have some. I do. Yeah, you keep running. And you keep running. What's next? A different game? I think we're done. Although I'm definitely coming back to it, like for a different playthrough whenever the next patch hits. Probably not whenever the next patch hits, but like, you know, in the next patch when there's a next lull in my like ARPG things. You have to go. Is that called for? They do not. They are invincible. They don't even scratch. Ta-da! And there they all go. Complete, 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 complete.
Unsurprisingly, here's another presentation, but don't worry, I have improved it. This last delivery will be the most important action you have ever taken. Perhaps you want to take a moment to contemplate the gravity of your achievements. Alright, that's enough. This is the end of the Save the Day program. All you need to do is wait for the automated Phase 5 construction to complete. Simply throw the lever and further instructions will be supplied when relevant. Phase 5 completed. Return to the space elevator after the resources have been processed and added to Project Assembly. Launch can then be initiated from there. While waiting, please do not break anything. Solve any issues immediately and efficiently. Ensure your power network is stable. Perhaps it is best if you do not touch anything at all. And stay close to the space elevator. This will only take a moment.
Okay, we've got it. Don't touch anything. Okay. Oh. Fuel injection level. What the fuck? What is this? X on, sure. Turn Y on, sure. Turn balance of Z on, sure. You just enabled it.
Initiating Project Assembly. Assembly. Attaching cargo to main body. Leveling inner and outer rings. Attaching propulsion to main body.
Okay.
Fuel lines connected. Attaching control center to main body. Running systems check. All systems online. Releasing propulsion cage. Releasing clamps. Running pre-launch checks and calculating flight path. Locking in cargo. Launch in T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, liftoff.
3, 2, 1. Yeah, so what about me? Like, do I feel like I could have been on that ship and gone home. I did do all this work. I'm sorry. Okay. That's fucking cool. Oh yeah, no, 100%. I was like, is she just gonna glass the planet I'm on and leave? That's what I thought was going on. I'm like, oh, she's just gonna blow us all up.
Connection with QAR-437 nucleus established and stable. Dispersion initiated. Reinstancing master nucleus to QAR-436 Akicha, B1. Hello, this is Ada, your new local instance of Ada. On behalf of Ada, myself, and all of Fixit, I want to congratulate you on saving the day. Every single kitten and puppy would thank you if they could. You have proven yourself to be a worthwhile and productive member of the human race, and have contributed something to this universe that will forever change it. Thanks to your achievements, the next generation of pioneers can now take to the stars and construct, automate, explore and exploit, alongside me. Additionally, you have been promoted to local production manager, effective immediately. Your duties to project assembly may be complete, but your duties to Fixit remain. With your help, Fixit continues to make the universe a better place. Stay efficient. Stay with Fixit.
Okay. Well, we did the thing. Ooh. Oh, that's a very long autosave. Yeah, I was thinking that too. I can't believe they didn't even take me to the new world. What the fuck? Just left me behind. And by the way, you've been promoted to production manager. I'm the only one here. I'm the only one here. If we want to do in a different biome, yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't start in the same place twice. Why would I start in the same place again? I mean, maybe there's a new place to start. And if there is, I'll start there. But if there isn't, then I'll just start somewhere else, not down here. I started down here last time, so I'll probably go for, I don't know, somewhere in the top half. You know, I haven't even built in this whole section of the map. So if there's a start location up here, then I probably pick that one. Because I literally haven't even, like, I haven't even explored fucking half of this corner. I haven't built anything out there at all. Right? We got a little bit of building here. That's about as close as we get. I'll try not to disrespect the blue crater like I did this time. Ugh. Alright. What's your favorite biome? Why is it the swamp? No. I don't know, kinda. I don't know. The desert was the easiest to build in, but I also thought it was a little bit boring. I kind of liked wherever this section is cool. But I also really liked building like in areas like this where I had shit to work around, where I couldn't just go, here's a fucking flat area, there, go. I kind of liked this where they like the terrain presented problems. And before you go, can you give us a final tour? No. Because I have someone coming over in 20 minutes. I said yes to about an hour ago, knowing I'd be able to finish this in time. Good stuff. I'm gonna run away because I'd like to go have a shower before they turn up. Seems like the nice thing to do. I will see everybody tomorrow. Maybe for Mugenics, but I might try Archeron, if enough people are still playing it tomorrow, because that was super fun. But last time we tried to do the thing, it didn't work. Yeah, we'll have a bit more screwing around to do non-PoE stuff. We've got like what, 2 weeks left at most. Really like a week, because once the announcement happens, I need to get back into it and actually like practice and whatnot. Yeah. So I got like a week. Alright. I'm gonna run. I will see everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.